Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, boy. So, we have been working on a web wallet for the Dash cryptocurrency under the Dash Incubator group. And we're trying to get it to an official stage 1 or MVP version, and it's mostly there. And we've been fixing up some bugs that were in the system here. And yeah, we're going to continue on that today. So this is a bug report from Ryan, and not bugs. Some of these are enhancements, things that aren't technically broken but would improve things. So we've been going through and getting a lot of these checked off. And then I've also got my own list of things that I've found in my own testing. And that's what this is showing right here, is a bunch of the things that I think need to be fixed. So I did test this recently, and it was working last I tested, so I'm wondering if maybe it was a glitch with something else. Unique alias collision. I need to work on that. These are UI issues that I need to work on, but they're not high priority because this portion of the wallet was never supposed to have mobile. Well, I've done my best to support it without putting too much effort into it. So the design, for the most part, looks decent on mobile, but it wasn't ever supposed to be mobile exactly. So let's see. After initial pairing between mobile and desktop wallets, we funded the wallet from an external source. No page refresh, but WebSocket updated balance. Attempting to send to mobile contact from desktop failed. So, and it tried to post with an empty adders array string. I may have fixed that actually. Or at least added something to attempt to fix that. And actually something I was doing off stream just before I started here. Oh, let me get some music going. I actually did some stuff to hopefully improve my streaming setup. So now I've got a dedicated audio pickup for the music and one for guests. So if I have Ryan come on again or anyone else, I've had Cool AJ86 come on a couple times, and now I can set them to their own audio and adjust it accordingly. So that should be good going forward. I can barely hear the music. Okay, that's a little better. Okay, so let's check out where we're at. So this is what we're basing it on. This is the Figma design that all of the wallet's been based on. You can generate, add. We've already got all of this stuff implemented, and you eventually get to a screen like this. What I haven't gotten to specifically is these icons because I don't like them. But I think there may be a use case for some sort of icon. There's just... there are just too many send-in requests in my opinion. So if you click the contact, you get send-in request. If you click here, you get send-in request. And then also having send-in request here, it just felt like too much to me. Whereas I could see like the, what is it? The kebab symbol where maybe you have a drop down or something like delete or whatever. So I could see doing something like that, but just this, there's so many send-in requests. But I could also, I also get the idea of, I don't want to look at this contact, I want to send to them, so let me click that. So I do understand the desire for that, but there's just so many send-in request buttons. Let's see. So this is a bug. If this is still there, I probably need to work on that first. This might not be an issue. It may have been a Firefox issue on Android that I wasn't able to reproduce in Chrome or Brave. So I think it was something specific to the Firefox version that I was using. This might not be a bug, but it's certainly something we need to do. Let's go back here. So this is our version. I'm going to go ahead and use an existing phrase. I'm going to use an existing seed phrase that I have. So I'm going to paste that in there. I'm going to say this is for Jojo. Add wallet, enter an encryption phrase. Password, whatever you want to call that. Okay. And we are now in our wallet here. Apologies, I'm bouncing around windows real quick here. What I want. I want to get another browser window. So this is a different version of Brave. So it's using a different local storage and whatnot. So I want to do that. I'm gonna, instead of doing, let's see. Instead of pasting in the phrase like I just did for the last one, I'm gonna actually, let's see. I'm gonna use a key store. So I'm gonna grab this key store, drop that there, and let's call this byte. Actually, let me clear that. I'm going to use an older key store, mostly because I'm afraid that might be the exact same phrase I just used, and I want them to be different phrases. So I'm thinking this one is one of the earlier ones I have, so it should work. Say that and add. Oh, cool. And it has a balance. That's good. So at least we know they're different wallets. So I'm going to go ahead and pair these right now. So I'm going to say new contact here, and I'm going to say new contact here. And we need this URI. So I'm going to copy that and paste it right there. Then I'm going to copy this one and paste it right there. I'm also going to say byte and Jojo. All right. And I don't know how much more pairing we'll do, but I'll go ahead and add the name there. And I will add this name here. Okay. All right, so we've got these paired. I should be able to send to this one already. I'm going to go ahead and open up DevTools. It's on the other screen, actually, which I'm okay with for now. I'm going to give it a refresh real quick. Okay. So, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Let's, I'm not going to send funds yet. I might hold off on that. Let me get into, so I've gone over the to-dos that I've written down. Let's go over the feedback Ryan has here. Okay, so is there some reason? Let's see. I'm skipping some of these just because they're more enhancements, or they don't prevent the usage. They're not bugs that break. They're like, this wasn't exactly clear. And so I want to get to bugs first. So I'm trying to see if there's any bugs I need to get to here first. All right, so fix, let's see, that one's done. This isn't a mobile review, but okay, this is like I was saying, we did not build this with the specific intent that mobile would be included in stage 1. And, oh, I should probably show this. So, this was our roadmap. Everything on the roadmap is done, and I say that with air quotes around it, and we're on to this stage 1 QA. And that's essentially what this is the QA feedback. And these are the other stages here. So we've got stage 2. There's quite a bit we want to get to. This is actually done, I think. The white screen of death should be fixed-ish. It's actually a specific iPhone problem as far as I'm aware. Then we've got mobile improvements high on there. And that's why, like I'm saying, isn't a mobile review. It is, like, we'll be getting to it very soon here. Just... it's not the goal for stage 1 QA. Yeah, so I'm not going to go over to stage 2 that much right now. I want to focus on what we need to get done to wrap up the QA stuff. So let's go into here, and all those are checked off. So style, minor visual design notes, the landing page feels slightly empty. Again, like... it's our MVP, like it's okay if it's empty right now, in my opinion. Stage 2, we'll be adding some stuff in stage 2 that will improve that. This is what I was already going over. Hover options on each contact in the list, this would bring some life and color. So I did not add any of these, but I did add some color. So now we've got contacts, and that color there is set based on the name and or user or the alias. So based on the alias, which is the @ sign or the contact name, it sets that color. So I could go in here and I think I could change this to like that. And as you can see, that one changed. It might be worthwhile to figure out why this one didn't update. It changed after I closed it, but it didn't change while it was up there. So that's not high priority to me, that the fact it does change. It's just, I'm relatively certain I know why, because we have something in here right now that specifically reloads this contact list component every time you make a change in these fields, but it's not reloading this dialog. And so I could probably adjust that and get it going, but that's not going to be my main focus right now. So I'm going to change this back because I think it's more obvious these are different with those different colors. So I did add that, which I would consider an enhancement, not a bug fix. But that does add some more color there specifically, and helps you differentiate between the contacts. I also added, let's see, Gravatar. So this is in here, this get avatar URL. Now you can use Gravatar or Libravatar. Libravatar. I'm gonna go with that final answer. So it would attempt to find the SHA. So this, you take the email address, you put it in a SHA 256, and it attempts to find that SHA at either Gravatar or Libravatar. I want to say Libra or Libre, so I start to say that, but then it's Avatar, so I think it would be Libravatar. Makes the most sense to me, but I want to say Libra. I don't know. That's throwing me off. All right. In any case, I got this get avatar URL in here, and it is actually set up, but it's only set up to use if there's an email. However, we have no form fields for an email yet, and we might get to that and add that into the QA. It shouldn't be that difficult, and if it isn't that much extra time, I probably will do that as part of this QA stuff, and then at least you will get icons if you know the person's email address. I do think we should have a trash icon. And the star isn't a bad idea. I don't hate it, but yeah, like it says, but later on, like, I don't think we want to add that functionality yet. Ideally, you should have a way of filtering or searching the contacts and filtering the list down. So that would be good, just probably not stage 1 QA here. Let's see, maybe we should use the big empty space in the contacts list to recommend pairing with other prominent wallets. The big empty space in the contacts list. I assume that means this. I don't like that idea. I don't mind showing, hey, these are some popular things, but if we load them in there and people think we've added contacts to their list without their like wanting it or asking for it, that would irritate me personally, and it does. Like, for example, I've shut this off in Brave, and I've shut it off in pretty much every browser I've ever used. But if you install a fresh version of, I think, Brave or Firefox, or I'm sure Google Chrome does this as well, they have suggested sites, and they often include like Reddit and Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. I don't want that. I don't want you to suggest those sites. I don't want them to like be there where I might accidentally click on them, thinking, like, not realizing what they are. But they're usually included in the like most frequently used sites things. And so even though they're not your frequently used sites, they're added at the top of the list as this like sponsored option. I hate that. It would be one thing if like we stick something on the side here and we've got, hey, here are some popular wallets or popular addresses, but I don't know if popular is right, but you know, like here's one for Coinbase, Kraken, what else was in here? DCG's mobile wallet definitely needs to display a QR for its XPub address. We need to support importing raw XPubs. Yeah, I don't know what specifically the prominent wallets would be, but yeah, that I don't think it should be included directly in the contacts list. I think it should be clear, these are your contacts you've chosen to add. Like, here are some helpful suggestions on the side, and then you could add them, and then it would appear in your list, but it wouldn't do it without your knowledge or consent, I suppose. All right. Edit profile. Remove wallet funding feature from edit profile modal. That one's done. We can close that. All right, let's open this up. Some of these might be done, but apparently not this. Use this QR code to fund your wallet section in the edit profile. Seems most intuitive to have received, just default to 0 index with the HD path, which will be meant for quick and dirty non-contact payments to my wallet. Okay. That's why I didn't recognize it. Ryan changed the title of this issue. So it used to be, I don't think we should have the use this QR code to fund your wallet section here. Okay, so it used to essentially be this. I do agree with that. I'm okay with changing it. And so what he's talking about is right here in edit profile. We're gonna remove that. I'm okay with that. Let me keep going down this list though. Hey, the Neverworld. It's going well. How are you doing? All right, so top button is, I've gone over this many times. That's done. Still not sure disconnect is the right word. Did I check that off? I don't recall if I'm the one who checked that off or not. Oh, I did do the broom. So I did switch that to a broom icon. So that if we go in here and say disconnect, instead of, I think it was a bomb icon, now it's a broom. I liked the bomb icon personally. Reminded me of Super Mario Brothers. All right, add a refresh button. Maybe it should. Yeah, feature, not a fix. Max option and all send screens. I agree with this one, but again, it's a feature. I've done some work on this. So this is talking about the send stuff here. And so now if you do a period as the first thing, it automatically inserts that 0. So you don't have to do 0 dot. You can just hit period and it knows you're doing that part. We also already switched this. It used to be a number HTML input field. Now it's back to a text with just some validation to force you to use numbers and only allow periods like that. So we've done some work on that, and the max option in all screens. I've talked about having like a 25%, 50, 75, 100 type of thing, or max, whatever, so that you could just have easy buttons to click to set the value. I also think that, actually, I think it was the Neverworld who mentioned this. It would be good to show the USD value here so that you know, well, maybe not USD, but your local fiat currency. And that's actually something we've planned for, but it's not really a stage 1 thing. We were going to do that in stage 2. So once we get the fiat value in there, we could modify this so that it shows what the current fiat value is. So if you do, you know, .0123 or whatever, it will show you that's 5 cents or 50 cents or whatever. So I do think there's some enhancements there that need to be done, but again, that's enhancement, not a fix. All right, so QR code to fund. I think this is one that is fixed. It's number 38. All right, so I need a quick and easy way to fund my own wallet. It's right there available when a user hits receive in the wallet. I think it's probably the most intuitive place due to people being used to it. Missing some chat messages here. Let's see. So the Neverworld says, yeah, explosion is good. It shows that you're totally getting rid of all that stored data. See, that's what I think. It just, like, you know, I also get that it, you know, could be inflammatory, pun intended. Really good idea to tie in fiat. Thanks for the recognition. You're welcome. All right, so I had commented on this. Right now, you can select receive, and then in the dialog that pops up, press the receive button in your wallet and fund your wallet with the corresponding QR. Is the issue that it doesn't specifically say fund your wallet. The issue is that most people are accustomed to seeing a QR code right when they click receive. I'm not sure what the best solution is since we're trying to promote contacts, but what we have isn't easy intuitive enough. I'll give it some thought. So that's talking about this. Receive and send are literally the same dialogue. I'm just replacing the words and some of the functionality when you click the submit button there. So they are the same dialogue with a little modified functionality, but when you click receive here, this QR does work. So what Ryan's saying is he'd prefer it to just show the QR right off the bat. And I understand that. And I'm just trying to think through this. And he even mentions this, because we're promoting contacts, this receive, if you select a contact, that QR code will be specific to the contact, not your main wallet. We could maybe rethink this and show this and have like this data list inside of the QR code. And so I suppose we could tweak this around and QR code immediately, add some extra fields here where it will let you select a contact if you want it, or if you're coming from this angle and you click receive, it would immediately set that contact. No, I didn't mean to do that. Dagnabbit. See, this isn't a bug, it's a feature, but it's also really annoying because now this is actually higher on my list, and I'm pretty sure it's on Ryan's. We don't have a way of like hiding or deleting these unpaired contacts. It's really irritating. Yeah, so we need some way of dealing with that. That might be high on my list here. All right, so QR to fund my own wallet. I'm not touching that yet. I want to finish going through the list and see if there's any more bugs and get any bugs done first. So every time I click request, the wallet generates a new address. This might be unsettling for users. Need to rethink this functionality. Side note / question, is this cycling through the 0 index on the HD path when no contact is selected? Either way, we may want to put our own username in the alias input box by default, which would be the default funding mechanism. So that is saying here and receive. Right now we only see our contact, but he's saying we would have Jojo here too. And then we know it's going to this wallet. Let me think about that one. All right, new contact flow issue. Again, I think this is a feature, not a bug necessarily. What about putting data into a normal web link? This is something we planned for. It's a new feature though. We don't have it fully functioning, so I would need to figure out how to get that functioning fixed. Let's see, adding contacts doesn't seem to be working at all. Saving has 2 issues. The address xpub isn't saving. The name is appending finished pairing to every alias. Okay, I think that's actually done. I believe that was an issue with let's see, I'm gonna drag this over here. So because Ryan has been testing this probably the most out of anyone other than myself, he had several. He I don't think is using private windows like I am, so, or not in every single scenario. So he had scenarios happening that where I think data there was like straggling data or cached versions of files that have already been updated. So I'm actually going to check that off. Yeah, because this finish pairing thing, that was a bug, and it was something I fixed on, I think this branch. So in this version here, it's fixed, and I think he must have been using an old version that was colliding and causing this issue. So I think this is actually fixed. Thus, I'm checking it off. The modal could use a header, like I think. So that's talking about this. There's no header for this one. However, every single other one, send funds, receive funds, edit profile. So all of these have, oh dang it, I did it again. Add a new contact. Finish pairing with contact. All of those have a header. The only one that doesn't is the editing a contact. And part of that is because of this button. Essentially, the button is taking up the header. And that was done based on the design here. So this is the actual Figma design. And it didn't have that. I actually dislike this line. I don't like it. I implemented it because that's what's in the design, but I prefer this style. And I'm okay that this one doesn't have a header, especially because the header is adding this extra delete button. So, I don't know. It's not broken. I don't know how I feel about that. All right, new contact flow issues. This is one I've looked at a lot as well. All right, overall, this modal seems too busy and is not intuitive enough. When I click this, it's not obvious what I'm supposed to do. There are two main and very distinct expectations of what to do. Add a contact, initiate a contact request, and follow up on a contact request. I'm not sure what the best design is to make this intuitive. I kind of want to edit this. I might edit this. Hopefully Ryan doesn't mind. See if this does it. All right. I think that clarifies things because it says there are two main and very distinct expectations of what to do, and now it's number 1 and 2, so that makes it more clear. Those are the two things. So you initiate a contact request, you follow up on a contact request. Yeah, so I think let's talking about this. So what we have here is this is the information you receive from the contact, and in the design, that's all that was there. So you had the dash link and the contact name, and we added alias to it. So we added this alias. But when we got to the stage of building this out, what we realized is we have no way to share your information, and it's unique for every contact. So the information in the pairing process, we've got this barcode, or sorry, the QR code here, and it corresponds to this text box. So this QR code is essentially the value of this text box encoded into the QR code. So you're able to copy and paste that, like if the contact, you're chatting with someone over text message or something, you could copy that URI and send it to them, and they would be able to paste it in to their version of this. They could also scan a contact. For example, I have this set up so I can click scan here, and it should scan this QR code from my camera. Yep, there you go. So now I finished pairing with one of the contacts. But since that was a printed out QR code, this contact, which is another wallet I control, they're not paired. And the only way to get back to there is clicking that. So this shows the pairing information for them to pair with. But that's where this is unique. Because each side of the pairing gets a unique bit of information. And I believe you can still add a contact just by the dash address. So let's see. Let me do that. I'll do receive. I'm not going to select contact. So I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to come here and paste it. Does that look right? Yeah. All right. So hey, King Robert, how are you doing? Okay, so I am able to add that. Oh, I wonder though. This wallet has no funds. I haven't tested this, so Let me see. This might end up badly. Let me do it in this one, actually. So I'm actually going to go into edit profile. I'm going to copy this one while we still have it. So then if I do new contact and I paste that, I can say byte main and so add okay, so this contact would send to this main wallet here. And this one shouldn't change. So every time I open that, it should be the same. The difference between that and receive is every time you click receive here, this one will change. It increases the index. So we've got XQ ends with BZ. If I do that again, it's XY ends with MR. So it's changing every single time. But I did that because I wanted to test this. I want to try sending to this wallet and see what happens. So I'm gonna send, let's say, so it's essentially taking and sending from itself. Let me keep an eye on all right, I'm keeping an eye on the dev tools here, but got too much on screen already. So let me click send. All right, that generated the transaction information. And if I click send, okay, it shows the transaction ID and I can click that. That's interesting. So I told it to send that much. This transaction is showing it sent .00223, like all of that. Oh. Oh, and look, it sent from itself. That's interesting. I'm glad I thought to test this. Huh. I'm really curious what's going to happen with this. I want to see what happens when it becomes confirmed or not. It's not acting like we lost any money, as far as I can tell. Okay, you know, I'm realizing it would be really nice if we could edit the XPub or address information as well. I'm thinking I dislike this right now because I would actually like to go to receive here and grab an address like that and change the contact to that. Decisions. Yeah, now I'm thinking it would be good if we added back in a field like the contact address. It was confirmed. It does look like we lost a little bit. So 22,387 to 22,3644. So there's a transaction fee. We didn't send the whole amount, which does not surprise me. We did send funds, and it let us send funds to ourselves. So I'm thinking that did modify. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to those numbers, but that's what I'm thinking happened. I guess if I was watching the stream, you can maybe back up and see if it for sure happened, but that's funny. Something else I've been thinking about, it would be, I actually like showing the seconds here in finish pairing, and I think it would be awesome if we indicate when your last transaction with them was. So adding in something like the seconds and I don't know. I'll have to think that through. It wasn't really planned for, and I don't know if it's stage 1 QA worthy, but I'm thinking we'd have, I'm gonna move this off screen now. Let's see. I am thinking of the content. Dag nabbit. Not that. Addresses. That's what I'm hoping for. In theory, I love that we have encryption. In practice, when I'm trying to debug stuff, this is really irritating to me. Makes my life a lot more difficult encrypting all of this. Oh, man. It's also kind of funny because with it encrypted, you can kind of still see a lot of it matches. It's probably not till the end of the string it starts varying a bit. Like right here, it's C4, CC, C5. But a lot of these first characters are all the same. And because it's essentially a JSON object, it's probably, you know, something like the brackets or whatever. I don't know. Like, you know, the brackets and the like contact, you know, in quotes and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just interesting. If you know that, I guess I haven't looked at that very closely. I wonder. All right. At least there's that. So let's see. How can I show this easily? So it does seem to be wallet specific. So at least you might know roughly what those are starting with. But if you import someone else's wallet, it will look different. So it won't be immediately clear what's what. So that's something, at least. I was kind of worried each and every wallet would basically have all of the same letters and numbers, and then if that was the case, once you figure out that, you would know, like, we can strip out all of these things, and then we're just like, we just need to crack that small amount that, you know, I don't know if that's easier or worse, but just thought. All right, I want to get into some code. I've been reviewing things for a little too long now, longer than I intended. I did, so I tested this off screen. Maybe I can uncomment this so it's easier to see what I was testing. When you clear the wallet data, this is how we've been doing it. It leaves, so on initial load, it's only 2.7 kilobytes. And that's because as soon as you load, we try to ping, not ping, but we try to get information from like wallets and I think accounts or something like that. And as soon as we trigger that, it actually loads portions of the data, even though it's empty. So it goes, hey, is there an account? And like, give us all the accounts from here. And it creates the accounts, but it's an empty list. So we go, oh, it's empty. And we move forward. And that's how we know if there's data or if the person basically has used the wallet thus far. So what I discovered is when we drop the instance and you look here on initial load, it says 2.7 kilobytes. And then after disconnect, it's 23.7. So, you know, it's what, 21 kilobytes larger, even though it should be deleted. So maybe I'll just demonstrate this real quick. I'll back this up first. So let's go to backup wallet, and I'll do that. Maybe I will do that. That not work? Oh, it didn't detect the click. That's weird. I'll go ahead and save that. And I'll back up the key store while I'm at it. Okay. So now if I disconnect, what we'll see is this will update, and I believe it'll like delete all of these. But this will stay 23.7 kilobytes. So if I do disconnect, interesting, it's 21.7. Did I copy that wrong, maybe? Okay, this one says 21. I'm gonna copy this though. Or maybe I'll do this. And if I refresh, will it stay that? Okay, so this is what it looks like on initial load. These are all empty. I tried to get data. This is something from local forage that it does regardless of me wanting it to. And yeah, so there's no data in here. I could potentially delete that. Okay. And it's back down to 3 kilobytes. But that shouldn't have been 20 kilobytes of data. So if I clear the site data and we do a refresh, it's that 2.7 that I mentioned right here. So what I don't understand is why, even though we've cleared all the data, as in deleted it with the, I tried with this, which I'm pretty sure drop instance here is just doing IndexedDB delete database behind the scenes. But I tried several different ways. I tried interacting directly with IndexedDB, and regardless, it doesn't ever get back to this 2.7. I'd be fine with 3 kilobytes, even if it had a little extra. It's just really odd to me that if we go in here and let's go ahead and restore from the key store we just did. All right, and we'll say Jojo. Okay, decrypt. So we are at 20.7 just with basic wallet level. And if we refresh, it goes up a little bit. So it was a little bit out of date. Actually, I'm wondering about that. It may have done something else when I refreshed. It may have generated more addresses. So maybe that's why it went up. So we've got, I guess, just 20. I don't know. Regardless, so it's 30. You'd think if I delete all of this, like so I disconnect, I would have expected that to go down to closer to 2 or 3 kilobytes, because it does reload that, but it's empty. But sure enough, even if I refresh, it says this is very odd and funny to me, because now it's saying 23.6, and many times I tested this and it was always 0.7 for some reason, and yet now, like, I don't know what's going on here. As far as I can tell, it's deleted in the DevTools, and so I think it's caching something, and I'm sure if I close my window entirely and reopen, it won't be there, but I am using a private browser window. And so the reason this became more of a concern to me is because of the stuff Ryan had been telling me, specifically in the issue we went over here, where where was it? This stuff. So adding contacts doesn't seem to work. Some of those issues makes me think the data is lingering even though it shouldn't. And as far as I can tell, on our side, we've done everything we can, and that's why I was testing out these things, is like, okay, could it be something with local forage for some reason? And so I tested deleting the specific database, and it turns out with the same thing. Then I tested deleting everything, so this grabs all the databases and then loops over each of them and should delete them. And either way, it it's maintaining this 23.6.7 whatever. I don't know. It's odd. But I do think Ryan's problem probably isn't that specifically. It's a combination of using the wrong URL. So, for example, this one does not have all of the changes from this one. So if for some reason he created a wallet on this one and then switched to this URL and kept trying to use it, the wallet might work because they're on the same, subdomain. So this one is wallet, and well, this one is actual wallet. So that might take precedence. And then if you do this on top, it might try to use that data, but because this data would have been generated with out of date information, it's possible this would break. And so I do think that is the reason he was having the issues he was seeing, not necessarily that this isn't clearing correctly, because I am relatively certain it's clearing, but it's got to be some sort of caching issue, because when I first showed this, it was 90 kilobytes and it dropped down to, 20 something. I don't know. It's odd. It's an odd issue that I'm not sure of what the fix is yet, or if it needs a fix. All right, let's re-import that wallet. I'm gonna go to the to-do list here. All right, so I think this one's going to be our priority, as it is a legitimate bug. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect this. I'll clear this for good measure. Okay, so fresh wallet. and I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna clear this one too. But I'm gonna skip the disconnect and just clear it like that with the dev tools. So it's clear. All right, so I want to pair this again. But I want to make sure I'm not refreshing. So I had done this test with mobile to desktop, but I don't think there's any reason it should be mobile to desktop specific. Let me look for that real quick though. I think it would be in this one. Or something like that, because we were trying to provide that's it. So we did this fix. Originally, I think it was just that, and I added, so if fund adders is an array and the length is greater than 0, we do that. And so essentially we were using this get multi-core UTXOs versus get core UTXOs for one single address. So we were doing that for all of the keys of private keys, and private keys is getting set in this for loop, and it's defined right here, so it's an object. So we're saying the private key, the key is the wallet address, and then the private key is the value. And so we just take that, put it into an array form with object keys, but what must have happened is the fund address was actually an empty array. And so we ran that, we requested, and we actually got a 500 error from the Insight API because we requested an empty string. So let's go ahead and add. So I'm going to add this wallet again, and I'll call it JoJo. And then I will add a different one this time, not from the key store. Call this one Byte. All right, so I've got these two generated again. I'm going to say new contact. New contact, copy that. Paste, copy this, and paste. add and add. Okay. And if we go back to the to-do, should be able to verify if this is fixed or not. So after initial pairing between mobile and desktop wallets, so this is desktop and desktop, but we've paired these. I'm gonna go ahead and so we funded the wallet from an external source. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this and grab that URI. All right, let's do this one. So pay 2. Oh. I just recalled this. Let me see. When we have this here, I suppose we are getting rid of this, but what we're actually copying here is that. And so it has this label of funding. But what I realized is it would probably be better if we have the alias in there. And so I'm wondering if, let's say funding. That. Let's see if that does what I'm hoping. Ah, dagnabbit. Refreshed it to test this. Okay. That's fine, but what if someone has... I don't think you can do pluses in there. Okay, so let's do that. And if we then go back here and copy... Well, yeah, let me see if this works. Did a plus sign. I wonder if, I think it's %20 is a space. Let's see if this does what I'm thinking. Okay, that did it. We could also maybe do, like switch it around and say, we cut that, we paste it there, we cut this, we paste it there. Oh, what is the encoder thing? URI, encode URI? Hey, that's what I wanted. Good. I always forget encode URI, what the difference between the two is. I do not use them enough. Encodes a URI by replacing each instance of certain characters by 1, 2, 3, or 4 escape sequences, representing UTF-8. Compared to encode URI, this function encodes more characters, including those that are part of the URI syntax. So, characters such as question equals blah, blah, blah. Versus so maybe I will use encode URI then, not the component one. I think that should be sufficient. And then I could literally copy this and say I might change that though, and yeah, that's irritating me. Actually, that whole thing, I don't mind condensing this. Okay. Let's say URI label prefix. And actually, we'll take all of that. Just drop that like so. Or you know what? I might not do that. I might cut that. Then it's just a string, and if later on I decide to override it or something, you don't need to know that it needs to be URI. And then here, we'll do encode URI and state dot URL label prefix. Actually, okay, so then at least it will do a space between the two by default. Although I'm not liking, maybe I will do this outside of it. So all right. So now if I go here and I copy that and paste it, looks like that. And if we do it in the Dash wallet, we get this. Dash Incubator wallet funding. JoJo is the best. Cool. Now let's, I guess I was in the right place. Let's delete all of that and just say JoJo, save that. Now if we copy that and we paste, we've got Dash Incubator wallet, blah, blah, blah. And if I paste that, cool. All right, so now that I have that, let me see here. I'm gonna do one more refresh. Before I send funds. So now I'm gonna try to send some funds here. Let's see. Okay, and let me go back to here. So after initial pairing between mobile and desktop, we funded the wallet from an external source, no page refresh, but WebSocket updated balance attempting to send a mobile contact from desktop failed. So I'm going to send here, and then I'm going to try to send some of the funds that we receive here to this wallet here. So let me click send. All right, we received the funds. Okay, and then we want to try, let me filter this. Fetch and WS. Okay. Maybe not WS. Let's just do fetch. Okay, so I'm gonna click send. Gonna do 2 byte, so this wallet here. And let me make sure I'm looking at the right stuff here. All right. 0.00. I'm gonna do 0 and 1. And send. Confirm send. I think it actually broke here, so I think we're already past the issue. But let's go ahead and click send. All right, that's sent. Shoot, I hid the wallet unintentionally. Okay. Well, it's not updating here. Suppose I could open this up. Let's see if we manually refresh. There it is. So it did go through. Just didn't update, even though it should have. I don't know why it didn't. It might be worthwhile to, we're depending on the WebSocket connection to update this, but it might be good to just have a recurring timer that every minute, every 15 minutes, something like that. I don't know the exact interval, but maybe every 5 minutes we just go, hey, any new balances, and we check them regardless. All right, but that's sent. We received it, and we didn't get that error. So I think we fixed that already with the other change. I'm gonna go ahead and check it off the list here. I might also try to reference where it was fixed. Let me open this up. Hey, that's it. Awesome. So now we've got it checked off here and should be fixed by that. This was also another bug, so I think this also may have been a glitch that was Firefox specific, because I think I have seen those showing up correctly in Brave. So I think that's probably not an issue. But you know what? I will test that real quick just to be certain. Okay. All right, I've got it loaded in Firefox. I'm gonna I'm gonna try to import a wallet I've already used. Give me a moment here. Right, that's very irritating. Every now and then the keyboard on Android gets stuck, at least the version that I'm on, and it got stuck, and I click the back arrow to get out of it. Instead, it freaking clears the browser window and like exited the browser. Just a little bit irritating. Sheesh. Oh, it's doing it again. Okay. Luckily, I think I got around it. That was kind of irritating though. Okay, so contact data list selector in the send dialog on mobile does not show contact alias hints. Let me go ahead and pair. So I'm going to say new contact. And I'm going to say new contact. I'm going to scan this one. Okay. This may be a good test of if it's pairing correctly. All right, so add contact. And let me see here. All right, and I will paste this in there. Sweet, contact data list test. That's correct. We'll add wallet. That worked. Oh. No, I think I know what happened. I forgot about this. Oh, wait, no, I forgot what I'm testing, actually. I needed the contact added. I was thinking I was testing this unique alias collision one, which I'm not testing that right now. Let me test, so contact data list selector in the send dialog on mobile does not show alias hints. So if I click send, interesting. Okay. So in Firefox Focus, it does not show the hints. which is kind of annoying. However, Firefox Focus is supposed to be a privacy browser, so that might be inbuilt into Firefox Focus. If I open up Brave here, and let's see. Yep. Okay, so Brave is getting the hints even in a private window. Or wait, maybe that's not private. Let me test that real quick. New private tab. Let's see. Okay, so, yep. It's a Firefox Focus thing as far as I can tell. And I suppose I could test non-Firefox Focus. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, if it's specifically like considered a privacy thing, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. However, long term, we should replace that. I like using inbuilt features, but if it doesn't work in a browser, it may be worthwhile for us to replace this. So this is using the data list functionality. It may be worthwhile to actually do something more akin to, that's not the right thing. This. Okay, so it might be worth our time to build this, essentially. So that we've got this contact list showing, and then we'd at least be sure that when you click into the field, you'd be able to see your list of contacts that are inside of the web app. All right, but let me finish testing normal Firefox, not Firefox Focus. I am going to attempt the private browsing tab, though. So we'll see how this goes over. Right. Okay, so Firefox in the private browsing tab, in addition to Firefox Focus, it does not show the data list hints. Let me see if a normal window does show. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? All right, so Firefox mobile, normal window, not private. I add store from backup. Okay, send. So even the normal version of Firefox does not show the data list information. That's a little bit irritating. Ah, Yeah, so these don't show in Firefox on Android. They do show in Brave. Dang nabbit. I already forgot. Did I verify it works in Brave? Private tab. I already forgot if I verified this. Let me make sure. Yes. Okay. So private version of Brave does do the data list thing. It shows the contacts. So what I'm gonna add here is appears to be an issue with Firefox on Android, both normal version and Firefox Focus. All right, appears to be an issue with Firefox on Android, both normal version and Firefox. A normal version. And normal and private view and Firefox Focus. All right. And maybe I won't check that. Appears to be an issue specific to Firefox on Android, both normal. I mean, it might be other browsers as well, but at least with those. And I'll leave that unchecked. I'm not sure we're gonna fix this for this QA stage yet. While I'm messing with mobile, I might as well let's see. I might as well try and test all of the copy buttons that I can think of. So We've got one there. Yeah, that's irritating me. Let's see. Well, that copy seemed to work. Pairing. So what I just tried copying here is that copy URI worked. Let's do send. Okay, insufficient funds. Let's try this. That looks like it worked. Although that looks odd. Let me verify this. I send that much. Insufficient. Okay, that's interesting. So on mobile, all I see is complete this transaction, not fund this wallet, at least whatever to complete this transaction. So that's cut off. Let me see if I can replicate that. Yeah, exactly like that. It's not great. It's pretty odd to me that that's not displaying. I'm wondering why this doesn't take more space. So form. Let's flex none. What if we do flex 1, 1, auto? Nope. See, because that is higher. Overflow. visible. That would not be ideal for every situation. I'm also really disliking that scrolls. Oh, and look at that with footer overflow visible. It actually cuts off the header. That's funny. Oh. I guess it's partially that margin. And then the padding. I mean, we want some padding, but then there's also this gap here. That would be, I think, right there. If I reduce the gap, okay, let's see. That, I believe, is a dialogue. So that's here. So that's gap 1. Let's do gap 1. Actually, I'm going to copy that and then do gap 1. And we're going to come down to where the mobile stuff is set. Okay. There's responsive form. All right, I'm going to leave that like so. All right, where'd it go? Where'd we go? There it is. Okay. I'm going to save that. And then this, I believe. Let's, okay, so there. Copy that, and we're gonna say, I think I disabled margin bottom. Footer sub. So I'm gonna delete that and then go back down here. Paste. Okay. And if we refresh this, okay, and we do send to byte. All right, now at least that shows. I'm really afraid with that though. So aside, find that. Form share aside 259. What's going on? It's mostly the padding, it looks like. Padding left 2, padding right 1. If we delete share, that doesn't look good. Let's copy that again. We're gonna close. gonna go down to here. All right, let's see. Send byte 0 2 send insufficient funds. Scrolling a lot less, but it's still scrolling. So now it's scrolling because looks like there might be a tiny bit of margin on there. Yeah, 2 pixels of margin. That's odd. Where's the margin? Oh. I'm not overriding margin? Since it is share, let's find share here. All right. So that is this. I'm going to say margin 0. Okay. And refresh. That. No, not that. I'm doing it wrong. Send. Byte. Send. Still scrolling. But is the margin gone? The margin is gone. That's good. All right, so margin's gone. I guess the padding might still be a little too much. Let's tweak that real quick here and see. 2.75. It's not scrolling anymore, but we've got some little white artifact or something like that. Oh, that's funny. Okay, what if we just do 0 padding? That's funny. So we were completely missing the logo there. Huh. Might go ahead and find that. That is field set, adding. Copy that. We're going to change this to 0. And then we will come down here. I guess we don't need all of that. We'll just drop that in there. Okay, padding 1. Okay, let's refresh here. All right, so with that change for the field set, I'm wondering if we can shift this. So that's an article. This icon, I don't. It's really odd to me. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why it was changing sizes like that. That was really confusing me. I might disable this at least temporarily. Or I'm gonna copy that, comment that out, and then bring it down here. All right. Now at least the SVG logo shouldn't be changing sizes bizarrely. So to byte, send. Oh my gosh. Okay, the QR code is also an SVG. um Oh, that's funny. Let me move this back up here. I'm actually gonna say span SVG and see if that captures it correctly. It's just okay. We do want the SVG filling that space. We do not want the dash logo changing sizes like that. Now we're back to this issue though. So it's funny that the input field font size is also changing, but it's set to rem, which this is overriding rem, I think. Let's see. I might drop it to that for mobile. So let me see. Copy this. I'm gonna say 3 rem for mobile. And then we'll take this down here. Bump to 375. let's refresh here. Send. 0.1 to byte. Send. Right, that looks okay. It's not scrolling weirdly. But this does not look okay. That didn't work. And padding does inside of it. This is where I suppose we do need that padding. I think it was 0, 1 rem. See, but now with the other stuff fixed, it's actually fine. So it might be okay to restore that padding. That was in this one. Okay, let's try that again. Hey, you know what? I thought I had noticed this before, but I wasn't looking for it. These buttons are different sizes, and I had fixed an issue with this already. 48 versus 50. Why is that happening? Line height 1. Line height 1. So before it was a line height issue, and that's what solved it, but clearly that's not the issue this time. Suppose I could do that. Height 100%. And that gets them to the same size. I'm thinking it's going to be on this stuff, so... So I think that would fix it for both. C, so send. That looks the same now. About receive. That looks the same. Those look the same. Same. Ooh. Oh wait, no, that's expected. I haven't gotten to fixing that yet. Same. And same. Ooh, I don't like that though. I think these are supposed to be 50-50. And that is not a 50-50 split. Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be 50-50. But maybe it just can't go smaller for disconnect. Guess that's the gist. I don't love that, but that's not high priority for me right now. I'm gonna leave it for now. Okay, let me test this on my phone. Okay, good. So insufficient funds now looks a lot better. I can see that fund this wallet with at least the amount. So that's better. I do receive like that. That looks okay. Let's edit profile. Doesn't look great, but it's expected. Okay. And those look as expected. Okay. That's good. That's good, good. Let me go ahead and commit these while it's fresh in my mind. Did we do anything in here? Okay, I will commit these as style UI. Let's see, so that was for the insufficient funds. And form. Okay, and I'll also commit this, which is right, and in main, it's just that stuff. I'm not committing that right now. Do see. Actually, before I commit that, okay, I'm gonna say check. Verify bug fix and update. Okay, now I want to test this unique alias collision one. I should have done it while I was doing some of that other stuff, but you know, it is what it is. Go ahead and back this up real quick. And I'll back up the key store as well. Could have done that at the same time. All right, and now I'm gonna go ahead and wipe this out completely. All right. So let's add existing. Maybe I'll do the key store. Let me do the key store I just made. Okay, and we'll call it JoJo again. And we will decrypt it. Okay, so I had added this as a mobile issue, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try this on desktop first before I do it on mobile, just to see if I can reproduce it. And also it's, you know, lets y'all watching see what I'm doing. I should probably hook up my mobile device so that I can debug and share it. I don't know if that's possible with my setup, but that would be good if I could actually show what I was doing. But for now, you know, I suppose I could run an emulator of Android and install a couple different browsers. And with that set up, I think I could debug and actually show what I'm doing. But I'm not going to do that in this stream, that's for sure. I'll probably need to get the setup figured out off stream and then attempt it another time. I also just don't know how much my computer can actually run. Because OBS Studio streaming this is actually pretty intensive. So running an Android emulator on top of OBS Studio and doing all the streams, you know, like that might be a little too much. Okay, so I also need to wipe this wallet out. Maybe I don't. Actually, I probably don't. Okay, so this one has no aliases. I'm gonna treat it as I'm pairing it. So I'm still gonna pair to this one. It's just gonna be a different index. So I'm gonna, let's see. I'm gonna shift this stuff around. So I believe what happened on mobile, I can't remember if it was unique alias collision with only one contact. So this wallet has no contacts right now. And if I paste that information and I change this around, this is what I think happened. Is I did like byte the, you know, whatever, and then I deleted stuff on mobile, and when I ended up here I tried to add. That worked. So I think it was on mobile where I did something essentially like that, but it didn't actually add. It complained about the alias not being unique. Maybe I could test it here. That seemed to work. I don't think I've modified anything about the alias thing since I ran into this bug. So I think it's likely an issue, but maybe it can only be reproduced on mobile. So I guess that's what I'm doing. I think I'm gonna have to do this on mobile again and test this out. So I might open this up for a new contact, and then I've got to see. Oh, that sucks. Browser crashed on mobile. Okay, I'm gonna try to open up a private tab on mobile and start this out. Let's get my ducks in order. Ducks in a row, ducks in order. I don't know, something like that. Let's do that. And okay. And back here. All right, so I'm gonna generate a new wallet this time. Right. I guess now I'm also testing the phrase copy button. So that's good. Let's see if that worked. It looks like it worked. All right. Okay, so I got that set up. All right, so I'm gonna do new contact here on mobile. I'm gonna scan the QR code. All right. It worked. Um, all right, so I'm actually going to check this one off, but I will add a note, not like that. Unable to verify and reproduce condition. Reduce issue. All right. And the copy button worked there. That's, I think, the most important copy button is that recovery phrase one. And so that worked. I've verified several others are working. I'm thinking the copy buttons are working again. Oh man, that's odd. Actually, before I before I continue too far, I'm gonna try this again. So I just realized that what I didn't attempt was just pairing without modifying the alias. And so I will verify that as well. It could be that's actually the issue. So I'm going to try to use the phrase I just generated. All right, so new contact, scan. All right, that's scanned at that added. Okay, I'm considering that done then. So what else is there to copy? Edit profile, but this is gonna go away, but I'll test it anyways. Let's see. Okay, that looked like it worked. Alright, so I tested edit profile and copied the funding one. Gonna test backup, show seed phrase. Copy that. And paste. That copied. That's good. Receive and receive. Copy that URI and paste. That worked. I'm gonna also try setting the contact and receive there. Make sure it copied a different one. That worked. It's a different address. Okay, so receive funds is copying. These copy URI things are working. Edit profile, this worked. Backup wallet, show seed phrase worked. I believe I've already tested that one. That one works. So this copy URI right there worked. I think that's all the things you really need to copy. I suppose I can test and make sure that this one is working. So when you add a new contact, I'm pretty sure it works, but let me test that. So new contact, copy URI, and I will go here and paste that. That worked. All right. So I'm relatively certain this is working. I'm gonna check that off. And I'm gonna shift this up there. And probably this one there. Now the unfinished ones are unchecked at the top. Dialog, send error messages. We need to surface errors in the UI. I think we're at the point that all the actual bugs are fixed, and so I think it's safe to really get into more feature type improvement things. So let me get back here. I might zoom in a little bit here. Ooh, I don't like that. Making the text bigger, but I want this. Oh, maybe that. Let's do that. Let's see how that works. Okay, so I think this is a higher priority one. I have that open already. So I can close that. 39. One is open. Okay, we do have 40 open. That's funny. the zoom applied to everything on GitHub. I did not know it would do that. That's odd. Okay, that's something. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder. So, what I'm thinking is it might be worth it to refactor the receive flow here. So if you click receive without going through the contact, so if you don't click receive here, you click it here, we immediately show this. And I think it's worth maybe adding this field to the actual QR page. But I'm also wondering if it's worth adding some sort of indication of what index you're on, or maybe even letting you set the index. So right now, we just increment the index every single time, which is how you generate a new address. But if we had a field that either let you set it, or maybe even the same way we want a refresh the balance update, we can maybe do a little refresh button in receive. And so we could default to your 0 index 1. Trying to think this through. I'm trying to think what makes the most sense. If we add a field on top here that's not the address, so we end up adding something like this, we could potentially whoa, didn't mean to do that. So we could add a field that lets you see what addresses you have here. I'm thinking through stuff here, and I'm quiet because I'm also trying to visualize how this might work in my mind. It's hard to think this through visually and logically, where I'm not making this more complicated or more complex, because the whole point that I gather from Ryan's comments here is it's already confusing. What is it? I don't think we should have the use this QR code to fund your wallet. Might be better in request. Seems most intuitive to have received just default to the 0 index of the HT path, which will be meant for quick and dirty non-contact payments to my wallet. There's another issue that has similar. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. Okay, so I need a quick and easy way to fund my wallet. Usually it's done right there, available when a user hits receive in his wallet. I think that's probably the most intuitive place due to people being used to it in other wallets. Currently, we have that feature under my alias edit profile. I don't think that's the right place for it. And then I responded. I've already gone over this at the start of the stream, but since I'm trying to work on this now, it's more relevant. The issue is that most people are accustomed to seeing a QR code right when they click receive. I'm not sure what the best solution is, since we're trying to promote contacts. But what we have isn't easy, intuitive enough. That's where he said that. So I'm trying to think of a way to solve this problem without making it more difficult or more confusing or giving too much information that overwhelms a user. And that makes it a little more complex to do on stream when I'm not ready to make the changes. I suppose I could just start tinkering and try stuff, but I wanted to. So what I was saying, but I feel like it's gonna actually not make it easy and intuitive, is if is if we show a field kind of like this one, where you get hints, but instead it's all the addresses you could use. So if we went directly to the this receive funds QR code, right now I believe this is in the footer. Yeah. So that would conflict if we wanted to change this. I could maybe change it though. Kind of like this pairing one only has add a contact. We could do like generate a new address. Or instead of generate new address, we could say select available addresses, or select from available addresses, and if you click that, we could show that. Okay, the thought that just came into my mind is we default to going to this screen. Maybe I can add above it like used 5 times, used 10 times, used 3 times, whatever. So it tells you how many times that specific address has been used. I think, knock on wood, we might have that information. Okay, we do have funds in this wallet. Let me see if I can find one with funds here. Not in that. There we go. Okay, so this one right here has insight. I was thinking this UTXO count, it might correlate to how many times funds have been sent to it. I suppose I could test that out. So that's address index 0. Let's see. I think these are paired. I'm going to actually, I want to send to that exact address again. So let me see if this updates. Where is that thingy-majigger? Right, this one. Okay. And this. All right, so this should bump up a little bit. I'm hoping UTXO count will change to 2, and we'll have 2 of these in here. So let's see. That's sent. I think that changed. Yeah, socket found. That amount. And it says data may be stale, so let's refresh. Okay, so the UTXO amounts and count did not change. That's what I was hoping for. Let's see if I manually refresh that. Ah, okay. So we updated it, but because it came through in the WebSocket, we didn't get this UTXO count and amount. But when we do the manual refresh where we check all the addresses and grab them, I believe that's a different type of network call right here. One of these. It's probably this one. That's not showing it. Well, that's disappointing. Oh wait, that is it. So these are the same address. And it has 2 of these. So I think the library CoolAJ86 made called dash site is interacting with this, and the UTXOs are based on this. So when we look at, we should see Satoshi's that same amount. Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't have that ending 0. Okay, so we should see the UTXO amounts be set to those values. So 99810 and 189438. 99810, 189438. Okay. So essentially it gets this response, and CoolAJ86's library takes the Satoshis and puts those into the UTXO amounts. And then we get the count from that. So we do at least get that. So if we were showing, that's the address. So if we were showing this in receive every time, you could at least see when you go into here, like this has been used 5 times or whatever like that, based on the UTXO amounts. And then have a button in the footer here that says select address, select an address, select an address. I'm thinking, so if you select an address, it opens up a new dialog, and then we kind of reverse this process, and it would then show you this dialog instead, slightly modified, where in this dialog, it would let you still select the alias, but we'd probably also show your own. It would let you set an amount, but I think once you've selected an alias, I think it would default to your own alias, but once you've selected it would show you the available addresses here for that alias. So it would show you, let me collapse that. So it would just show you all of these addresses and let you select, and maybe with a used 5 times in the dropdown, kind of like we've got byte and byte, it might show the address and then used 5 times underneath or something like that. So in that scenario, you could, you would default to showing that QR code. You'd be able to modify it. I think this will work. But I'd also want a generate new address button, probably. What I'm unsure about, though, is if they've so this whole list, we check these right now. This is the only address with funds in this wallet. So none of these other ones have funds. So if you generate a new one and there's a list like this, we'd probably just grab from this unless you've run out of ones that have no transactions. And then we would probably trigger a batch generate for a new list or an additional list of addresses that we would add to this list. And then you just continue that selection process from the available list. That's what I think we should do. I've also side topic note. I was talking about this earlier in the stream, but we have no way of showing or editing the address, and I'm kind of thinking that we display the address, maybe not in a input field like this, but we display it and have a button like, you know, a pencil icon or something for edit. So it's kind of locked down. But if you really want to edit, you know, like you know better, you want to edit this, we should let people edit it. And so I'm thinking we would try to do a field that just looks like plain text, but if you click edit, it switches into looking like an actual field. Or maybe we could just show it as a disabled field. Let's see. It doesn't look disabled. I guess it's not obvious, but it is disabled. We would need it to look more obvious when it's disabled. I'm sure I could tweak the styles for that, though. So there's the default disabled. But if disabled was background, color, transparent, That's funny. I was thinking that would override it. Wonder what's being set here that. So input, where was that? Disabled color, border. Feel like it's getting something that's shifting it. Oh, hey, did the music stop? I haven't been, took my headphones off and it looks like it stopped. Get that restarted. Right, clearly there is something. That's affecting the disabled state. It's very important that text is hot pink, but it's clearly not getting the memo. That's odd. I wonder why that's not overriding. Well, I wasn't expecting an invert filter to make it more obvious. I was assuming there's a filter on it, maybe. I don't know. Huh. Maybe it's a WebKit. Well, I don't know. That's odd. So maybe don't use the disabled state. So it might be better off just doing plain text. And if you click edit, we replace it with an input field. I'm okay with that, but I just had that thought that we should allow editing. We've already got this pattern set up where you can have buttons off to the right. We kind of, I guess not with the copy. There is another instance we're doing something similar to that. And we're doing it there for the QR. Huh. Where was that other place? I can't think of it now. But we were doing something similar to that. Somewhere. Maybe it's in the onboarding process. That might be it. Hmm. I'm debating on if I want to start that change. It's gonna take a while, but I might want to take a break soon. I'm wondering. So remove wallet funding feature. Add refresh button. The other big thing that's a UI change that I need to do. This might be a smaller one. It might be a good one to do before I wrap up for a little bit. So the max option. I don't know why it says all send screens. There's really only one send screen. So right here, which I guess you can get to it from here, but it's the exact same send. It's literally loading the same thing. It's just pre-selecting that. So I'm assuming that's what it means by all send screens. So I could potentially add that quicker than the other thing. So I might do that first. But another thing that's important to do that in the same vein of what I've just been talking through right now, I think I've got a decent solution for this. So reverse these, show this immediately, add a button here that actually lets you select the address, which then takes you back to something like this, but with an extra field that based on, it will default to your own alias being selected, and then let you select from the available addresses. So I think that will work, but it took me a little while to think through. The other thing that we need to fix is this. And yeah, in our current setup, I'm trying to not create any new I guess, flows or like design elements where it's another, not only for me, like for me, it's easier to keep this in the same like system that we've already established with the Figma design. This was already set up where it all already kind of orbits around dialogues. And there's really only a few types of dialogues we have, with one giant exception. The onboarding dialogue is technically a dialogue. Even though it fills the entire screen, it does not look like a dialogue, but it is, in fact, a dialogue. And so when you get the option to add an existing wallet or generate a new one, all of that is, it's all already in a dialogue that is completely different from everything else. So that's kind of what I'm saying, is I don't want to establish a new pattern, kind of like the onboarding, where it's this one thing that is completely different than everything else existing. I'd rather keep, or try to keep it in this paradigm that exists already. And so trying to figure out how to redo this in a way that doesn't create an entirely new paradigm for either the dialogue or for how to handle this. I know just removing this stuff won't do it. That is essentially what is in here. Is it looked like this, and you have to have some way of getting, like, sharing your information with the contact, and they need it for you, because otherwise you have nothing to add for them. Like, these aren't like email addresses. It's not like just one of you needs to give your email address, even though this information could be shared through those other contact means. And it is something on our list of add a quick and easy way of like emailing or sending via SMS type of thing. But that's the design right there. This is a lot more simple. It's probably why we didn't catch it, is it's like, oh, that looks simple. Yeah, I get what that's doing. But then, like, we got to the stage where it's like, oh, where do I get this information? Like, how do I get that? We have no flow to get that. We have, like, in this, we didn't even have a prompt. Like, I guess there's that, but that's actually meant for scanning this information. So, I know different projects that I've worked on before have multi-stage or multi-step dialogue, or things like how we're using dialogues, forms like that. So we could introduce, and this is where I've been trying to avoid it, we could introduce a multi-step or multi-stage dialogue where you've got each of these in basically different steps. But that's where it goes, well, which step do you start with? Someone's got to pair, someone's got to share their information. And so it's not clear who's going to be the sharer versus the, you know, sharee. I don't know if that's the thing. That doesn't sound right. The sharer versus the receiver. So that's where I've kind of been like, I guess we could maybe try and do some sort of tabbed interface where You don't get this off to the side. Like, I don't hate this. We don't have any indication that you can get to that. But if we can pop up a dialogue like that, that's okay to me. But in the initial pairing process, we need some way to make it clear, like, hey, you might need to show your information. All right, what I'm gonna do, because most of this stream has seemed more like I'm thinking through things than I'm actually doing. I hate doing a stream like this, but the stuff had to be thought through. I do want to get to some more tangible things. I've done a few small fixes to CSS stuff, but let's see if we can get the minimum and maximum stuff in here. So I believe this is the send or request. That is this one. And ooh, that also complicates it. We're using the same dialogue for send and receive. And we're just swapping out words like send and stuff like that. But I guess we are also dropping that button. So if we're dropping a button, we should be able to add the other buttons that I'm thinking of. So we did this QR scan button. So we could do, let's copy that and say, let's call it fund. Fund amount buttons. So if it's not send, we empty. Yeah, so we do want that. Let's just drop that for now and say 25%. Intent. Amount. 25. Okay, let's start with that. And I will copy this thing right here. I think we'll go under the... let me copy this. I don't know if this will work, but if it will, that would be nice. Copy that, and we will paste that there. Fix the indentation. Grab the new name. Dagnabbit, where'd that go? I went too far. Right there. Let's refresh here. Hey, that actually looks way better than I was hoping. Let's see if we can line up the other buttons. I mean, I knew it would work that well. I designed it that way. Why wouldn't it? All right, moment of truth. Let's see. We'll need some tweaking, I think, but that actually looks decent. I should not be so surprised. I did do some stuff with reasons like this, but it's not terrible. And it's not the best ever, but it ain't terrible. Let's resize this like so. Okay, so yeah, it needs some margin or something like that, but that, or maybe I could stick it in. Let's see if we stick it in a different field, if that does better. Let's see. So drop that and that. Okay, let's see if that gets a little more. I do not like that. That is not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. See what this does though. Nope. That didn't do it. I thought I had MT in here. E0. That is the thing with the margin, right? Margin top. Let's do this. So we'll find form field. Okay, let's do this first of type. See if that works. And work. Not even close. But that one looks a lot better. Yeah, type would be div, I think. And those are also divs, so okay, that's not going to work. So I can maybe do that. So then field label for equals amount. That might work. That is something. Don't. Oh, that's funny. Okay. There we go. All right. So for, oh, no, don't like that. I do not like that at all. I think I would rather just do a field dot amount like this. And then if we go back into the send and request, send or request, and we add amount here. Okay. So now that looks right. If we focus it, it looks right. We've got these buttons. Okay. That looks halfway decent with very little effort, so I'm glad. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. I've certainly done worse. So let's come here, and what I want to check is I'm going to take that and I'm gonna delete this actually. So delete, so FD intent includes mount. Okay, so let's say just to see this easily, also warn. And funds amount. And we will say DE intent. Actually, let's do let equal dot split underscore. So T underscore and %. All right. And I suppose we could do T there instead. So that should give us, and actually before I test that, return. We don't want it doing anything else if one of those are clicked. We just want it triggering that. All right, so we're gonna clear that. 25, 50, 75, 100. Perfect. Okay. So now we need our balance. And it looks like we might have access to that. So let's actually add that into the console warn as well. But I might actually, let me see, I'm gonna wrap this in an array like so. Okay. So now, there we go. So we could do, that ain't right. So what I was thinking is, you know, we could take the balance and times it by 0.25 or, you know, 0.50, and that would work, but 0.100 would not work. So, okay, so I could do that actually instead. So instead of the amounts that I had set, so this will actually be 4. This will be 2, 7, 5. Is there an easy way to do that? That's not going to be right. I think the easiest way to do this, so divide by 4 to get 25, and then divide by 2 to get 50. That's close. All right, I'm overthinking that. I just don't care that much. And then this would be 1. This is where my whole life is difficult. There, wait. Maybe I should know this off the top of my head, but I don't. I don't do math stuff in JavaScript enough. Not complex stuff. That's not right. I said percentage, not seconds. No, not percentage of time. Will that work? Percentage. Let's see. Oh, that might work. Okay, I'm okay with this one. So then if I did 75 divided by 100, boom, 75. And 100 divided by 100 is 1. Okay. And 50. Okay, I'm going to do that. So back to that. And then we can do percent divided by 100. So percent divided by 100 times wallet funds balance I don't know if we need the to fix thing, but I'll use it for now. To fix 2. But I'm actually going to cut that out and say let okay, let amount percent for that. And all right, let's go close those. Why is that open? Close that and that. All right. So send. Actually, let me clear that out. Okay. 25. That ain't right. Okay, don't use the to fixed. That's my bad. At least not with that. Okay, let's try this again. So send 25%. Okay. 50, 75, 100. All right, so if I take this number here and I say times 4, that should equal that. Looks like it does. And if I take this one times 2, yep. I'll go ahead and test times 75. Oh, see, this is where 75 gets more difficult to verify. I guess I could do plus this one, and it should equal the full amount. Yep, okay. So that's working. So now if we do, let's see, find amount. we want to take something like this and say event target amount dot value is equal to amount %. All right, let's see. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Ooh, it won't like. So it's freaking out because for a valid number for the amount you want to send, it has too many digits. Ooh, see all those? Okay. So what I need to do is, let's see, find fixed dash. Let's try wrapping it like that one. Come back up here. And we'll take amount %. Round using math, absolute number amount. Let's try that. Okay, send. Sweet. Look at that. How nice is that? I'd say that's super duper nice. All right. Cool. I'm gonna... I might leave this for now, but switch it to a log because that warning is super annoying. I'm gonna change this and say, gonna drop that. I'm gonna say, send, maybe I'll move this. So send 25% of funds of wallet balance All right, let's refresh. Actually, and let me just copy that. Amount % is equal to this. Why is that freaking out? String is not assignable to type number. All right, let's try that. All right, send min, and 25% of that much, which equals that, and then it shows us the pretty form. All right, let's test this out. to do 25%. I'm going to select that. Where's our other window? There it is. That should be to this wallet. I'll refresh that just for good measure. All right, and send. Send. Okay, boom, it changed. Okay. And there's our transaction. We can click OK there. And if we come back in here, and we do 50%, sweet, the numbers have changed. Cool. The downside to the, I mean, it's not that big of a downside. So it does look selected there, but if you click out of it, it no longer is showing you which one you selected. We could switch this around so that they are like radio buttons. So this could be all radio buttons. We'd have to do some more styling. I think for now, I'm okay with this. I'm going to go ahead and commit this code. We've tested it. Well, so the one that might go haywire, as you may have seen here, is, let's clear this. When you click 100%, our actual balance is this 0.00. Can this even be seen? Yeah, there we go. Let's zoom in a little bit, shall we? Okay, so our actual balance is 0.0016936000000000004. And we try to round up here, which I think would give us an error. Yeah, let me zoom back out because that's unusable now. Okay, I'll keep it a little zoomed in. I'm relatively certain this will tell us we have insufficient funds. So if we do 100, we select byte, boom, insufficient funds. So it's going to be like, you have to send this very small amount just to send your 100%, which is not what we want. And that's because of this rounding thing that fixed dash does. Or this round using, I guess I should say. So fixed dash lops it to 8 points, or 8 decimal points. So it locks it to 8 decimal points. I don't know why I was having so hard a time remembering that. Round using, it uses the ceiling, so it should round down. That's what I'm trying to do with it. I wonder if I change this to 9. Let's see what that does. So send, max. It does too many decimal places. but wait, what's happening here? So amount percent and pretty amount percent, those shouldn't match. Or no, wait, what's going on? All I did was change that, but that shouldn't affect amount percent. Let's see, something's haywire here. Well, that looks right and fine. I don't know why that changed so drastically, but theoretically that should send. Nope. Overspend inputs total 0, but outputs total, which leaves no way to pay the fee of 44. What? Our input's 0. This is what I was trying to avoid doing, but I'm gonna do this just to test. So if percent is equal to 100, what I was thinking, let me see if this will work here. So 99.999 divided by 100. Yeah, that might work. Okay, so if I do that and then I say percent is equal to 99.999, guess I can do that since it's complaining. Now it's still a string, so then it would not do the actual full amount. Now if I do send 100, that should be slightly less. But look at that. What the heck? It changed again. So that's what it says our funds are. But this is saying we have less than that. What the heck? 6708. It's still rounding up. So even with the 99.9, it's rounding up to have, because that's a 7. WTF. I don't know what's happening. Okay, let me look into sending real quick. Now realizing I'm getting sucked in longer, even though I wanted a break. All right, so what I want to look at is the libraries that Kool-Aid J86 made that we're using. If I can, so we'd be implementing them here in the dash transaction stuff, I think. So probably dash TX, no? Send or request. Okay, so this would actually open up the confirm. Still no dash TX. All right, color me confused. TX info. Sent transaction. So confirm happens. Did we move? All right, what is happening? Where's dash TX? It should be in one of these. TX, let's do that. Send TX. I guess that must be it. Let me find send TX then. Okay, so that's coming in through wallet, so that's here. Okay, so TX transaction dash site instant send TX. So that's how we're sending the transaction. But what I want to look at is how it's made, which is probably create transaction right here. So let's find create TX. Also in wallet, so right here. So from wallet, fund adders, recipient amount. So we're doing some stuff on top. We get the amount in sats. All right, I'm actually gonna pull up, I think I have it actually. I gotta zoom back out. Let's zoom back out. All right, so dash TX. I assume it's part of dash TX. Or it would have to be, or we need to modify things on top of our usage of dash TX. But we essentially do some stuff like this. We generate the transaction, you then hash and sign the transaction, and that gives you this TX info, and that TX info transaction is what I just showed gets sent. So TX transaction, we supply to instant send, and it takes the hex and publishes it to the network, essentially. I don't know if publish is the right terminology, but it's pushing it out to the actual dash network, and that's how transactions are sent, at least how we're doing it. I'm pretty sure that's how everything gets done, but you know, I don't know everything, just lots of things. So I would assume it's in this process of dash TX when we're adding inputs and outputs like what we expect, that we would try and do the send everything here. Although I did just think there's one way I could force it. We define a change address, I believe. So unspent outputs, payments. So slice, push, change address. That's what I was looking for. All right, so at the top, we go through, we generate the initial transaction, we grab our change address. So we take the wallet, from the wallet that's provided in the recovery phrase, we insert account index 0 and address index 0, and then that's the address we use. So that's our change address. All right, got a message here. Let me see. Where'd that go? I feel like I've worked on this more recently. I don't know why it's not showing up easily. That's it. There we go. Ooh, that's some funky styling stuff. Okay, I got sidetracked. Let me refocus here. So we get the change address there. That's how we get it. And it's sending any change back to this address. So then we go through and we say fund, this is what we changed recently. So if the fund address's length is greater than 0, we essentially check and we go, is there a change address? If there is, we use it. My guess is maybe in some scenarios from wallet, wouldn't generate, I don't know, in case the address isn't there. So we use that, or we use the first address in the funds and we send funds back there. And the fund addresses comes from our addresses in that we generate based off of it. So it's in IndexedDB here. So that said, if we're setting the change address and someone wants to send all the funds, we could potentially, let's see, so change address, temp wallet, private keys, core UTXOs, change address, or temp wallet address. Okay, so that's how we get the change address. We select optimal UTXOs. This is where I think it's going a little haywire. Like, not by much, it's by like, I think it's trying to select the optimal UTXO, but because it's so many numbers to send the full amount, it's freaking out. So I think we would need to alter this so that we do the payments. I'm assuming we extend payments. So TX info. There you go. So payments gets added to outputs. We then modify TX info if change. So we go unspent duffs minus the middle size, so the mid-size fee and the -tx output size. So if change is less than dust, change is 0. But if change is not less than dust, we then set the change address. So what we could do is modify this function so that so we can maybe use this same information, since it does seem like we are requesting the UTXOs for the funds. We could go if the amount sats is within the margin of the fee and the dust, and it's going to be close to using all of that, we just send everything to that one address. Or we could add a field here that is so from wallet, fund addresses, recipient amount. I'm trying to think of what I want to call this. Keep change, I don't know. Equal to true. So we could do it like that. So keep change and so if change and keep change. I'm confused why we do that. So output slice. And then we're slicing again. That's a little confusing to me. So outputs is equal to payments. Payments would be the recipient address. Or if it's essentially a string, it's the recipient. Spendable duffs. Spent duffs. So outputs is copying the array. And then we're setting transaction info outputs to another copy of the array. I don't know why we're doing that. I know I copied some of this code, but yeah, I copied this code from some of AJ's stuff, but thinking, let's see. So if change, so if keep change, else, all right. I don't think we need to reset the outputs there. I don't know. I don't want to break anything, so I'm gonna leave that for now. But so this, if you say keep change, it keeps it in your wallet. If you set that to false, it will default to true right now. But if it's false, then it will send the change to the receiver. So this might work, but I'm not feeling great about this setup. Hmm. Thinking it might be good to break out some of this calculation, if possible. I don't know. I'm gonna give this a shot, and we'll see. But I'm leery about this right now. Oh, but before I do that, I need to find where it's being implemented. So create transaction is used here. So amount is greater than 0. Right, so what I'm thinking is we can maybe do like state. Now move this and we will see. So state and full. All right. Oof, I gotta zoom back out here. Too much. All right, so send. What's going on? Okay, I do see some there. All right. So 25 undefined. 75 undefined. 100 true. Still set to true. So that's what I was afraid of. If percent else all right, so if we do that, 25 false, 75 false, 100 I think we probably want close. I think regardless of what, we want to set that to false when it's closed. Just in case. Alright, so if we've got state send full, send full, keep change would be the opposite. Alright, so it's set to true there. Alright, I'm gonna see if this works. Oh, wait. Oh, dang. This is where the amount is wrong here. Inputs total 0, but outputs total 21,6,710, which leaves no way to pay the fee of 44. All right, so I'm not sure I'm gonna get this fixed in time. I'm gonna have to jigger with this some more. So I think, yeah, because it's rounding to get it to fit in the field and to get the field to work. And where's it erroring? So 1054, but 521. So right around here, actually. 521. So it's trying to do the create transaction. And it is in the create transaction that it's going haywire. And so create transaction is saying overspend, which is this throw thing, I think. Overspend. So unspent duffs. Minimum fee. And then it's telling us, so inputs total. Spendable duffs. Why is that? I don't know why it's saying that. So it's reducing from optimal UTXOs. But outputs, which leaves no way to pay the fee of 44. The fee says mid. Whereas at the top here, we've got min fee and it's 191. With the minimum fee, it doesn't seem right. The minimum fee is 191. maybe. So this was also something that I copied from one of Cool AJ86's libraries. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not the libraries. That's right. I think this might actually be stuff from the command line version of the wallet he built. Let's see. Wallet. I hate that it makes you sign in for this crap. Oh, it irritates me so much. Okay, I am including Dash Wallet, even though we're not actually using it, but it might be in here. It's probably going to be this one. There it is. Okay. So select optimal. What I'm wondering if he has in here is like select all. Like I think we could full on skip the optimal UTXOs. Uh-oh, I think I closed something I didn't mean to. I think it was dash TX. That's actually what I wanted. Dagnabbit. Come back, dash TX. Okay, there. Oh my gosh. I don't know why GitHub's been doing this funky CSS problem lately. Like not loading all the styles. All right, let's close that since it's not in there. So it gets the balance. It does fees. Um, um, all right. I don't think I'm gonna get this solved right now. I want to take a break. But I will probably be back on in an hour or so. So, let me do that, and thanks to everyone who tuned in, and please consider liking, subscribing, sharing, following, commenting. Did I say that one? I don't think I said that one. Anyways, and if you liked it, please like it. If you didn't like it, let me know why. Let me know what you think I could do better to improve. So, anyways, I will catch